Boo 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 boo. KK going off to have a good dream. You too. Thank you so much for dropping by, Duke. Welcome YouTube. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the stream. We're gonna be continuing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy. We're gonna go back to the monstrous turnabout. Like what? Where did we leave off? Where did we leave off? We just been speaking to the mayor of Ninetale. No, that was the other one. But yeah, we just finished speaking to our clients, and now we're about to head back to, I believe it's you. I think we're going back to QB Manor. Oh, that's right. You know what? We're actually supposed to find Athena. That's right. Now I remember. Wait! Oh, that's right. I forgot. I need to redo the thing. Boop, 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 boop. What is that, a fox statue? It is a fox statue. I need to switch the categories as well. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I'm switching them right now. Well, I just need to do all the things. There we go. Yeah, I'm switching all the titles right now, so it's taking me a little bit. Boop. Damus Attorney. Oh, you can actually do that. I didn't know you could do that. I'm actually not too sure how to do that. Boop. I already told you, I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I know it's a thing on Nightbot. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't use Nightbot. Like, there's so many bots out there, like, do I need to, like, go into too many of them? I haven't, like, it's just so many. So many bots, and I already have, like, a couple of bots already there. I don't need my chat being filled with so many bots. I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is. You can't fool me, you're just some delinquent high school student, playing hooky. I changed Rune's title when he's not looking. Oh my goodness, is that really what you do? Is that why you want me to put the Nightbot on? So you can just play around with the title? You stupid pig-headed. This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know. Like I just found Miss Athena 6. Maybe. Tisk, why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested. Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school? I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student. That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me. This is blatant discrimination right here. How dare you? Ow! Ow! Get your hands off me! Assaulting a police officer? Assaulting not only a police officer, but also a random bystander as well. Today on Keeping Up with the Astors, Aire visits the Ninetales Vale to find her favorite fox waifu. Like, our favorite fox waifu is right here, look! He's right here! This is PT right here. He's got a little bib going on. I think you can watch out for the bystanders next time. Whoops, are you okay? See, I think it's funny that she's more concerned with him than she is with the police officer. I think so, but that police officer is out cold. Well, that's a fact. I thought it was in a newest statue. No, like, he has Ninetales right here. And then you have one up here. Look at that. It even says 9 tails right there. Like, this thing is just QB fetish all over. I didn't see the tails. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something. Like, I always think it's funny how, like, in most animes, like, they always make, like, the characters resort to violence so naturally. I need to go there. Like, this is where you belong, isn't this? Like, PT, aren't you, like, the head of this village? Isn't that why it's called Ninetales? You're Athena Sites, I take it. That would be me, and you are? I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Wright Anything Agency. The Wright Anything Agency? What a fishy sounding name. It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain it to you? Oh, yeah, right, that right. So, then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always. Ah, of course. Feel free to ask away. When you talk to her, we have to ask questions. So, Athena, I hear you just passed the mark. That's right, and here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me. A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18. 18? How in the world did you become a lawyer in that age? How old is everybody again? Let's see. We still can't check everybody's. I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. Everybody's always an exchange student in Europe, isn't it? And I got my license to practice law while I was over there. All I could say is, wow, she must be a genius or something. I also study analytical psychology. Thought it might help me to be a better lawyer. Psychology helps her to be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work? I will say this, my brother has a very, traumatic experience. Well, I wouldn't say traumatic, but he has bad experiences with not lawyers, with psychologists. Yeah, he really does not like them. So tell me about our client. What are they like? Oh, right, you haven't met him yet. Well, he's very tall, he's very scary, but he's very passionate. And that about sums it up. He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father. Wait, are you crying? I'm not crying. There was something in my eye. They're called tears. Moving right along, let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority numero uno. So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology. That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. A parapsychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system. Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our clients? Well, for example, I can try to listen in on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget. It's a Widget! Widget! This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget. It talks? Well, you fit a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say that what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Now that I seriously don't. Extra doubt. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case? A special edition covering our case? That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop? Rapido! Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish? Bird! It's Black's! Use the criminal Temotaro rail or flight of fancy. An outborn figure resembling Temotaro was captured on a camera around 3:40 p.m. near Ninetales. Temotaro was seen what? He was seen flying through the sky? yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently, that photo was shot right after the murder occurred. People saw Glex taking a flight, and now they think she's a murderer. That's very accurate. Like, I think he mentioned earlier that he was, that people get scared of him every so often. And it's true. It's honestly very true that has happened. There's actually been times where I was just minding my own business. I literally woke up at the middle of the night, and I needed to go to the restroom, and so I opened my door, and then just as I was about to head to the bathroom, like I was still very sleepy. My eyes were like kind of droopy. I was like kind of rubbing my eyes while walking out. And then when I opened them, my brother was right in front of me, and it was pitch dark. So the only thing I saw was like the figure of a man in front of me. I'm like, oh my god! It startled me so badly. I actually peed a little bit. I swear to God, I actually like slapped him after that. Like I slapped him after I realized it was him. And I'm like, oh my god, what is wrong with you? Like, I'll be honest, like, that rarely happens between me and my brother, but, like, with everybody else, that happens very frequently, where, I don't know what, my brother, like, I think this kind of comes down to, like, back when we were kids, like, my brother got really into Call of Duty, and one of the things that he did in Call of Duty was that he would always equip his character with the fleet was it again? It was like silent footing. I basically made your character like very quiet while you moved around. And yeah, so Laura Ida, hello Darklings, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You kind of missed it. We just did a massive gacha pull. We mostly got a bunch of dragonic eyes, which is pretty good. We didn't get too many things. Call of Duty, yeah. He got really into, I think it was Modern Warfare 4? It was Modern Warfare 4. Or, no, it was the first Modern Warfare. Yeah, it wasn't 4, but that. Yeah, I was playing Modern Warfare, and one of the abilities that you can equip onto your character made him, like, kind of silent. And he got kind of obsessed with walking around as quietly as he could. And, yeah, he actually, without realizing it, nowadays, he just does that naturally. Like everybody else, they wear like sandals, they wear like shoes or something while walking around the house. He wears socks, so he's very quiet. Yeah, he's already a very quiet individual when he's not like streaming or like communicating with anybody. But like when he's out in public, most people don't really like recognize. They don't really acknowledge him because he's like he mainly kind of keeps to himself and just minds his own business. And then so when he passes by people, like sometimes when they turn around, they get completely surprised by him because they just didn't know he was there, and he freaked them out. But there is no Modern Warfare 4. Yeah, it's called. I think in the Call of Duty lineup, it was called Modern Warfare. Was technically Call of Duty 4. I think I can be wrong. I don't really keep up with Call of Duty anymore, mainly because nowadays it's kind of just they're all kind of the same. Thank you so much for the hug, Darklings. But yeah, that's just kind of how that's kind of just how he is in public. Like he's just very quiet despite how tall he is. But despite how big he is. Like you would never expect him to be as quiet as he is. Like it's really funny when like I heard this all the time when people back in school, they would always tell me, it's like they would always be like I feel so bad for your brother. I'm like, why? it's like he's always by himself and he's always so quiet. Like, don't, like, isn't it sad that he's like always by himself? And I'm like, but he likes being by himself. And he's not always by himself. He's like, he's actually, he kind of social among his friends. Like, he can be kind of annoying every once in a while, but like, no, he's not lonely or anything. No, like, everybody would always be like, it was really funny. There was this one guy who was like younger than us who actually went out of his way to like be buddy with my brother. It was like, he was like a jock kind of character, but he was like, it was actually kind of nice. He was a very nice person. But yeah, he would always like interact with my brother, like, and then out of curiosity, I would actually ask him, like, do you know my brother somehow? Because like he was younger and they didn't share any classes besides like one or two, I think. I think it was like mostly like physical fitness that they shared a classroom. And he was like, oh yeah, I just feel bad for him. I just want him to know that he has a friend out here. I'm like, but he does have friends. And he's like, he does? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, he has friends. So like, why? Like, what is this weird perception that everybody has that he doesn't have friends? Like, he's like, oh, I thought he didn't have any friends. Like, well, it's actually to think to be nice to him, but like, yeah, he's not alone. And yeah, that's just like the basic perception. It's mainly his fault. It's mainly his dumb fault. He always wears sunglasses and he always wore like the headbone and everything, which I'll admit I do the same thing in public. I've done the same thing. But only when I really didn't feel like talking to people. But yeah, look, that was just kind of the perception people have of him. And yeah, like I also got kind of painted that mainly because I would always hang out with my brother. Mainly because like most of my friends were never really around me. And some of oh my goodness, high school really sucked. Most of the girls were so annoying. Like, most of the other girls, oh my god, I hated them. Like, these girls, like, they would always be so stuck up. They were always so mean. And like, you ever watch, like, Mean Girls? It's kind of how they acted. It's like, you had to be part of a clique in order to kind of, like, survive. Luckily, I didn't really care too much about, like, that kind of stuff. Like, I hung out at the anime club. I just watched most of the other members, like, draw, and it's really funny. They would also play, like, video games and Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. And in the anime club. Like, I think that's one of the main reasons why a lot of male people actually went to this club. It was known mostly to play either Yu-Gi-Oh! Or play Super Smash Brothers. But I did know a couple people that were there to genuinely like draw anime characters. There was one of my friends actually was part of the group, and she was really good at drawing like a bunch of like anime characters. Like she especially liked drawing eyes. She was super obsessed with drawing eyes for some reason. Like when she first started, she would own her characters would be kind of like very sketchy, but the eyes would look so beautiful. Like it was really interesting, and like she just was very fascinated with eyes. But yeah, as the year went on, she actually got much better at drawing the rest of the body, but like she still paid as much focus to the eyes than as she did with just on everything else. Which is like the opposite of what one of my other friends did. Like in high school, I knew this one girl who loved anime, and she like this was really funny. So, like you know how a lot of people on the internet now like are always saying, oh, animes are for gooners, like they, all these anime are repeated by like all these lonely incel men that just want like big booba characters and everything. And it's like, no, like there's a lot of women who are like that too. And one of my friends were just like that. They were absolutely obsessed with it. They were absolutely obsessed with like every character that he drew. Like she drew a lot of like very interesting characters, but like the one thing that like every one of them had, like every character she ever drew had a massive booba. Like every character most had massive booba. And I actually was curious. I'm like, why? Why are you so obsessed with like drawing like every one of your female characters with massive booba? And she's like, I just like them. I just think they just look prettier with massive booba. And I'm not saying it was just like D cups or anything. I mean, they were like C cups. Well, yeah, there was actually one moment where she actually drew one character where had booba basically was like the entire page, and it was at that moment when I saw her, I'm like, I think you went a little too far with this. And this is like the first time that she's like, yeah, I did kind of go a little crazy with this one. I'm like, this one was like the only one that she ever drew that like the booba was so massive, it was insane. I prefer average. Yeah, see, like she never drew anybody with average or like small booba unless it was like for a specific situation. Like in instances where she was drawing like a younger person and an older person, like, and she was drawing like an older woman that were along with like a younger character, like a child or anything. Like the child would actually look like a child, but like the older person would just have massive booba. Oh, like it was always kind of crazy. I'm like, wow, this one's so cute. But then I look at this one and I'm like, wow, she has like the massive booba, bro. Like in her world, in her fantasies, like that was average. And anything smaller than that was small. She was a very interesting character. Like that was just how she was, okay? Like my other friend, she just drew my characters as realistically as she could. Kind of like how Athena is right here. Like she would just draw based on like her perception of reality, I guess. But yeah, she would always like change the sizes depending on what kind of character she was drawing. But my other friend, yeah, it was always massive booba, no other option. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved. Wait a second, yokai as in one of those Japanese monsters? Then I got. You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you? No, of course not. Now German? Why not plain old English? Because English is plain and boring. Never speak English. Only speak other languages. Arigato? Well then, andale, Apollo, let's get cracking on that crime scene already. The investigation. Okay, what's next on the list? The investigating crime scene, what else? Well, what are we waiting for? Last one there is a rotten egg. We don't have to run all the way there. Okay, then how about speed walking? Oh my goodness. Like, I don't think I would be able to handle that. Why does this have to be a competition at all? Like, one thing, like, I actually hate walking nowadays because of my brother. Like, my brother, like, developed, like, a habit of walking really fast, like, back in high school. And sometimes I would always, like, need to speak with him, and he would just walk so much faster than me. I'm like, I would actually have to tell him, can you please slow down? And mind you, my brother, he has long legs compared to mine. My legs are a lot shorter than his, and so it was much harder for me to keep up with him. Ow! QB Manor Foyer. Oh my goodness, look, it's PT! PT, it's your portrait! Look at PT! It looks just like you, PT. Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! A TV. There's a TV in that little room in the corner. Really? In other words, the mysterious masked wrestler of the Amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to the sources close to the wrestler. Oh my goodness, PT, you know wrestling? You're a luchador, PT? It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Bell today. It doesn't look like any person who has ever existed in the history of human insanity. Well, not in the human insanity, only sanity. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected to with Temataro's recent escape. So that wrestler has gone missing. Hey, you two, you don't belong out here. Oh my goodness, this is like the creepiest look of man I've ever seen. Eek! Oh my goodness, what is going on with his nose? Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious. What about them? Their horns, yours. They look mighty suspicious if you ask me. Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here to... You hear them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't ya? You see, instead of rocking with that expensive-looking bracelet you got there. The name's Phineas Lynch. Phineas Lynch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you. Well, he looks so sketchy. What the heck? He is such a sketchy character. He has to... Well, guys, he has to be the criminal. There's nobody more sketchier than this individual. Huh. Same here. Talk about a quick change of heart. So tell me, demon lawyer, that you use them demonic horde of yours to scatter the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh? Come here, you little demon, you. Ouch. What the heck? What did he just do? Wait, what? Nanny? He just stole the bracelets. These horns my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone. They ain't? Seems a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns if you ask me. Then again, ain't none of my business, so... I was fast, 'cause he's done with me. Well, I'd best get back to work. How did he take the bracelets? Well, this is very contradictory. So the bracelet, according to the Apollo Justice original storyline, the bracelet is actually designed to fit the rest of the wearer. So how did he take it off so easily without knowing it? It's like trying to remove a ring that's too small for your finger. You know? Like it can't have come off of him that easily. Halt! Stop right there! Huh? Me? Hello, your bracelet's gone. Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later. Somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Just took a rest right now. The cat's out of the bag. It was barely in the bag in the first place. That was a pretty pathetic attempt. When we have procured the bracelet. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Not with that smile on your face. Never. Look at him. He's so sketchy. Seeing as I almost feel sorry for him now. What should we do about him, Apollo? Well, I got my bracelet back, and he seemed sorry enough, so I can get you to understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as the water cast in your wallet, I hope. Oh my god, don't look at my wallet, okay? How dare you? You leave my wallet out of this. Oh-ho! Hey, didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us? Run away, head for the hills! Get back here, you. Talk about a quick escape. Eh? Looks like you dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer. Why didn't you have those stuff? Left the shoes behind, too? What the heck? The guy's the living definition of a bungling thief. Let's hang on to the shoes. He can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I see we keep them. Why would you keep his shoes? Well, you don't know where his feet have been. How dirty. Why, jeez, it looks like his feet would be very stinky. I would never touch his shoes. They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them. He stole them. He stole them all. Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. Whoa! Oh, and my goodness, PT, look! More foxes! Where are all these black feathers and weird hats come from? No, it wasn't the bird. It's not. Guys, trust, it's not Glex. He didn't do this. The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Temataro. It's from Glex. Guys, they're from Glex. He's being framed. You mean the great evil has returned? Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene. This guy. And who are you? Are you with the police? I asked first, who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene. Act under arrest. Save it for the boys back in HQ. Now come quietly or else I don't want to be late for lunch. You know, for some reason this guy makes me think of Inspector Gadget. I'm not sure why. But please wait. We're Temataro. We're Maritimist lawyers. Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though. I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day. I like his theme music, though. It's actually really catchy. Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. In justice we trust. Oh boy, this guy's was 3.5. So, what can I do for you? So, would it be okay if we had a look around? Certainly not. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Can't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Ack! Yikes! Is he reaching for his... Injustice we trust! Wait, you'll have to deal with the badge. Phew, it's just his badge. You may be Maritima's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line. Wait, we do? We never did that before. Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. And then he's as dense as heroes come. Persuasion! You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. And oh, I'm a wild justice keeping injustice. That would be you. Hey. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Just us and me, you say? And that's right? Are you trying to say that Justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? What? No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice. No, it can't be! You have one on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through? Carrying the crime scene is a part of justice, too. Sure. Well, only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right? Oh, whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Wow. Oh, Lady Justice, what would you have me do? I think we really got to him. We're doing reverse psychology on him. See, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go. Children convincing logic works on him. Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around. After all, I'm allowed about authorized personnel only. This was surprisingly easy. Now, should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just? Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right? Why, a search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles. You never know what's heading just around the corner, right? So we move the cursor. Oh, interesting. We change our perspectives, and if there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap. Okay, let's leave no stone unturned. Lands along commencer. Let's get started. I completely botched. Looks like there's a wording term here. The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Temataro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get the door open? It's worth a try. That's no good. It's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty helpless. And just as we trust. Yikes! Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. Those doors simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manner, so we can't blow it up either. I was actually about to suggest it. So an unopenable door, right? According to Mage CC Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene. Shut tight, eh? Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful. Forget I just said that. So the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind. Can't touch that, so let's move on. These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the alderman blood. Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing. There's definitely some sort of puzzle, isn't there? Honestly, I don't remember. They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird. Then it must be one big bird. It was Big Bird. Guys, it wasn't Glex, it's Big Bird. He was the one, and we have to go to Sesame Street and arrest Big Bird. Like, we cannot allow Big Bird to get away with this crime. And not of the friendly yellow type either. No, it is. No, it is him. It has to be. He's the only suspect. Maybe it's a mutant bird creature. But have Glex and Big Bird ever been in the same room at the same time? They've never been in the same room. Trust. Like it can't be Glex. Like the feathers don't match up. So your theory is a giant mutant bird merges and butt in Alderman QB with a spear. No, I just can't get the image of Big Bird like stabbing the guy. So Glex is secretly Big Bird. Oh my god, sus. Where Big Bird? Oh my goodness. During night, Glex wakes up and he transforms into a giant yellow bird and then goes around educating the children of the world. Like it's completely against his nature to do such a thing. It's more plausible than seeing a monster or yokai do it. Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird. Oh my god! Guys, it's Blore the Steer. It's Blore the Steer, he's the number one suspect. It's by definition a monster. Oh my goodness, it was Blore the Steer, he did nothing wrong. Oh my goodness. Why, it all makes sense. You like someone that wore the spear in order to commit the crime? What? This statue only has one tail. Maybe it's the nine-tailed fox's sidekick. I thought the number of tails represents a yokai's power. So, you had 2, Apollo. I doubt I'd only have 1. Wait, what? That better means you're better than me, got it? Like I said, what? Wow, this is a pricey-looking chair. Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious on it. Really? Yeah, when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings. So, he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about. That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him. It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. Here. Oh, this was the spear. So this is where Alderman Kiwi's body was found. Apparently the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it. That's not good. Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here. Yikes! Of course! I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so, in the name of justice, I must say goodbye. What is that all about? Never fear, I'm here, but I'm gonna go. Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should check the other side. What's this? There's something down here. There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can't lift it up and freeze! Gates! No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there. Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about the attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard that an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth. And you waited till now to tell me? I'd better get over there at once. In justice we trust. It felt surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more. The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Oh my goodness. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Looks like a large blood-stained cloth. The blood's probably the older man's, but it's pretty far from the body. Wonder how it got here, and why does this seem important? Interesting. Anything else? Oh, weapons! This one's a spear. Well, what about this one? It looks like a giant pair of pliers. Oh my goodness. Somebody was interested in bad stuff. Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once. Really? What are they used for? Oh, things like punching through cheeks. Ew. Pulling out tongues. Stop! Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes. Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that. Demons eat canned food? I always wondered what they ate besides people. Oh, what's this? The championship belt! Like trophies! Oh, this one's awarded to Alderman Kiwi. The Amazing Nine Tails Yokai Division winner, Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament. Yokai Division? I didn't know you could have a division of one. Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. I have the perfect name for you. The Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, Luton demonic masked wrestler by night. No one's gonna hire a masked lawyer, Athena. I mean, that is publicity right there. Oh, it's a Tanuki! Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the mayor's caretaker, Phineas Lynch? This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him. Oh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Flinch. Mr. Flinch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know. Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo. Oh, I just saw this. What's this? Huh? What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Timitaro battling it out. Eek! Careful, Apollo, it's got blood on it. Really? Hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the alderman blood. Hakim remained so calm after seeing all this blood. Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this, so... You're not fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case. I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor as well? There, a clock! Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch the pendulum in there? Unsteady and, restless? That's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, that was some kind of psychological test? My diagnosis? This strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. You're actually not that far off the mark. I think I saw someone. Oh, look at this. It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for. I read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show. You mean like my attorney's badge? That poor Athena. That cub treating her like a child must have really bothered her. Wait, what's this? Huh? There's something behind the door. The Tanuki is dead! Well, whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. The poor Tanuki! What happened to it? Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anybody put something there? Yeah, I wasn't very smart. Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and came running in here in a panic. Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using your analytical psychology too. I am? Wow, you really learned quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of Wright Anything Agency. I can't tell whether she's serious or not. No, Tracy said something like that. I immediately know she was messing with me. I think we're done. Wait a minute. Can we not check that? Wait, what's this? Look! A cat with two tails! That's a Cheshire cat! No such thing. Oh, and this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that? There's no way a creature like that can ever exist. She'd have a tough time swallowing. Apollo, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus. What's that got to do with anything? Alright, do we get anything? Hold up. How odd. Is there anything else that we need to check? Oh wait! Maybe this right here. Nope, wasn't anything. Oh, what the? They actually came back just to tell us that. Okay. I don't think there's anything else left for us to check. Wait. Huh, it looks like an air vent. It's pretty high up there. What if you get a running start and jumped? I doubt even a high jumper can make it. Don't rule it out before you try it. Besides, I'm an excellent jumper. Even so, that must be about 9 feet high. Like I said, you don't know until you try, Ms. or Justice. She doesn't know when to give up, does she? Oh! That's rare. Like, it's actually been a while since we actually got a bot. There we go. Boop. She doesn't know when to give up, or when to stop when using important words. Oh, a window. Hey, this window opens. Doesn't happen very much, though. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cut. The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo, there's something caught in the window frame. It looks like golden fur. What a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal. Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman Kiwi have a pet fox? Isn't the pet fox jumped out the window? What a morbid image to plant on his own head. Guess that's about wraps it up. Now, if only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows. Hey, Apollo, do you hear something? No. I don't hear anything. Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine. What are you talking about? A whooshing sound like wind rushing through a narrow street, and the echo of someone's voice. And justice we trust! Ah! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct. I heard it through the air ducts? Yeah, check it out. So why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the giant? Can we shoot him? No, we can't shoot him. He's the police. We can't shoot him. As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through there, and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears. And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something. A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the air vent in the ceiling is very high. But he's a superhero wannabe poser. Why, listen, everybody is free to behave how they like, okay? We shouldn't judge them for that. And besides, heroes need to stand out. And listen, he needs validation. Otherwise he'll be as depressed as a gumshoe, okay? Well, he's just trying to make the best so he doesn't get a salary cut. But he's a cop. I'm pretty sure he was a detective, wasn't it? That's half their job. Getting their salary cut. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you? I guess you're right. Speaking of things in this room, yeah? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright? Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. Come on, throw us a bone here. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever you were in need. I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is most just? Why is this always so hard? Well, how about this? Life do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? To serve and protect. I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under the motto. Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice. We did it, Apollo. Yeah, we did it, all right. But I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. All right, Detective. Tell us what you know. And don't leave any information out. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenmo who first discovered the crime scene? That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Yikes. That does not look pleasant. Oh, he's at least tolerable. True. That's right. And this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Thelma had a key allowing her immediate access. A key, so then the fox chamber was locked? Yeah, I always think it's funny how some of these detectives behave. I think my favorite detective would have to be the one from Ace Investigations. I forget his name though. Well, yeah, I'm always so bad at names. But yeah, I like him. He was actually a very interesting character. A key, so then the fox chamber was locked? Yes, and Miss Thelma had the only key to its door. Really? So Alderman Kiwi didn't have a key to the fox chamber? Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Keys. Disappeared? You think the killer took it? It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Thelma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha 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 ha. You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just a plain old mini. I won't fit for that, you shameless rascal. I only hope good little boys and girls. Sit in the fox chamber? Yeah, it's your room, PT. Why, they need to contain the power of the powerful Vaxlifu. Why, they can't have you lurking around, otherwise it would cause untold mayhem and disturbance. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. But those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you? I mean, we have to prove that it isn't, otherwise they'll blind blacks. What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Timba something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it. A prime suspect would no doubt love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Timba, whatchamacallit, even be made a victim of slander? Why we have to protect the criminals. It just makes sense. I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is that Timba guy left the feathers and tracks behind to make it look like Yokai Timba was the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Timba would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Timba is your only suspect? That's right. Even his name, Damien Timba, makes him sound like a villain. But it's quite speculative and discriminatory. And he's really scary looking too. Don't judge him by his looks, he can't help it. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? Yep. Other than the victim, the suspect, and Miss Timba, the only others around were Mr. Flinch and Mayor Timba's aide, and the two of them were together at the time. Fletch? The guy who tried to steal my bracelet, just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have the chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all. She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would have murdered the alderman and pinned the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? Sure enough, that spear looks even bigger than her. That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Damien Timba appears to be the most likely suspect. I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Timba's aide, our child? That's the one. He's, how shall I put it, not what you'd expect. That is, unless you've faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. What the? Is this some kind of joke? The prosecutor? Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as a prosecutor? Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about this, how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter. This really is the dark age of the law. This prosecutor wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackwell, would he? Blackwell? Bingo, Simon. Guys, it's Simone Blackwell. Oh my goodness. It's Simone Blackwell. So you have heard of them. You could say that. It's always like whenever an edgy character comes into a series, they always have to have the name Black into it. Is the prosecutor not just the murderer? He can't be the murderer because he was in prison. His name literally matches the wings at the scene. Well, that's the problem, that's so sneaky. He was in prison when all of happened. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Blackwell? Friction Impermanent? Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackwell. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effects his crime had on things. How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. What? And he of all people is going to stand in court tomorrow? Yes, never fear. I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like some sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. Huh? I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot? You just barely noticed that? You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes, they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must surely be on the side of justice. Don't tell me Mr. Flitch actually stole from a detective. Stealing shoes right off someone's feet. That's pretty amazing. I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. My goodness, how did he well, he's stealing. It's literally like the saying, like stealing. It's like stealing candy from a baby. Hello, Tachyon. How are you doing today? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. We're continuing with Apollo Justice trilogy. We just finished speaking to the detective right now, and we're trying to find this little fellow right here. The scary man. Truly a one-track mind. Indeed. Like he only focuses on the crimes and the actions of those around him, not any injustice that's imported on him. Who are you and what will you do with the deep voice, Eagle? Hello, anybody new to the stream? Anybody new to me? I am Aire, Astor, by engineer her BBC VTuber. I am the other half of the VTubers that you see on this channel. But yeah, you're already very familiar with my twin VTuber brother, Glex. And right now we're actually trying to defend him from being convicted of this crime. For some reason they believe that Glex is actually the criminal in this case because of all the others. Like, it's not him. We have to prove that it's not him. Although he is a very fishy individual, he would never commit a crime, especially not against PT. This is just awful, terrible, I say. Somebody help. Huh? Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Dimps? No, the name's Flinch. Phineas Flinch. Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. Oh, Flinch, like the little bird. The bird that's known for stealing stuff. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Flitch? Oh, it's just terrible, terrible, I tell you. Come quick. Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Huh? It's a mask! Oh my god, it's PT's face! Looks like some kind of mask. It's the Amazing Nine-Tails mask. The Amazing Nine-Tails. Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival special event. What does an ass doing here? He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What? Who would do such a thing? Let's go talk over there in private. Huh? Back! There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. Huh. Free me from the fox chamber so I can wreak havoc upon the world again. So what makes you believe that the Amazing Nine-Tails has been murdered? You really want to know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't ya? If it's you. Yes, just tell me, please. Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team! Me in my bandless mask and you in the demon mask of yours. Demon mask? Whether I could make it big. Apollo, why save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial? Huh? Oh, no. I wasn't actually... Why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the Amazing Nine-Tails murder already. The Amazing Nine-Tails is our village's savior, and don't you forget it. Oh my god, look at PT! Look at how strong PT is! Damn, PT, you're so ripped! This trademarks a gold cape made to look like nine foxtails. He rolls through the ring, smacking down Town wrestlers left and right. He spiked the monster craze, revitalizing Nine-Tailsville in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai's town. Huh? The Amazing Nine-Tails really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Flinch. Guess it makes sense, you're from the same village as the Amazing Nine-Tails. I know, a lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment? Ouch, what's the big idea? Tip your pocket. Hey, how'd you do that? Keep it, I got lots more. Well, he's not just a pickpocket, but he's also a pocket putter. So you keep saying that the Amazing Nine-Tails was killed. What's the story behind that? Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside? That's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. The word around Nine-Tailsville is he was killed by Tematoro. You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you? That we are. We like conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot. The mayor of Tenma Town? What is he plotting? Rumor has it he's planning the releasing Tematoro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control. That's plotted too. Ain't finished yet. There was only one person who could stop the mayor. Oh my goodness. Our hero, the Amazing Nine-Tails. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma Town and stop the municipal merger. I couldn't make this up if I tried. Apollo, we still have to ask him about the older man's murder, remember? And also about the detective's shoes and how he managed to steal them. Mr. Flitch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder? I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. Kibi said I should, and I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the white fire from where I work. You must be talking about the small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the coming and goings from there. And you have an alibi back to back your statement of Mr. Plunch. If so, I do indeed. I was with Mayor Timba's aide. Florent LaBelle, his name. Florent LaBelle, what the? What an odd name. So the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, all right. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder. Kept watch here the whole time. Didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, their security camera would have spotted them. So no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. The murder came from inside the house. So do you think this mask is the real deal? Without a doubt, this here is the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. What about that white hair I found inside the mask? Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing. And this places this mask at the crime scene at some point in time, which means... What does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the murder. No way! Should the amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face. I don't know, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Alright, let's see. You have to find Jinxie. She has to be somewhere. Oh, here we go. Oh, look! There's Jinxie. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and... Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. A charm to make a better milkshake and... Oh, another way to cure my lactose intolerance. Wait, what? She's buying all these dairy products, even though she's lactose intolerant? Maybe she should just take soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me. Eek! It's the demon liars with the act. Not another warding term. Yes. Apollo? Where is she? Oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene. Oh, so she's the one who... hello. My name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at this trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, too. Where's Trissy? She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case. Wait, how do you know you didn't... You sure didn't gobble her up alive? Relax, I didn't eat her up. And I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Oh, poor little Trissy. I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. She's quite an interesting character, huh, Apollo? Jinxie, do you remember any of what happened? Not much. At least, not yet. But, gee, you near think Tamataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival? I don't know anything about that. Huh? But you said Tamataro murdered Alderman. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell... Yikes, what was that for? People say things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters. Huh? What's gotten into her? So, if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human. No, you're still a demon. Oh, I give up. It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tamataro for some reason. But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she's definitely thought there was a yokai in there in the Puck's chamber. Jinxie, about this charm. That's... You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tamataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right? That's true, but if there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too. Alright. Then. So, did Temotaro do it? Did Glax do it? Why do you think Temotaro's the killer? I saw him with my own eyes. Temotaro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison, and ran right by me. What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw. I called the police after I stumbled upon the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Temotaro, and it's right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear, but there was no one around to help me. A foul beast raced right by me toward the flare. Toward the flame? Mr. Fletch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Temotaro too. Simply, we better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. Paula? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Temotaro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Temotaro Jinxie says she saw. Don't be ridiculous. If Temotaro is the killer, and he can fly too. Like a bird who can't fly. It's not possible all the birds can fly. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So no one knows the Amazing Nine-Tails' true identity? They say no one's ever seen him without his mask. Doesn't that make you want to know even more? That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular. Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked? Oh my goodness, guys, there's wrestling out there that strips the wrestlers until they're in their birthday suit. You even think like a demon. The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. Well, that's boring. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. This is actually true. Most luchadoras are most of the luchadoras come from Mexico and everything, and it's a very popular sport back then, or that popular, very very popular. In fact, one of the more popular ones was Rey Mysterio, who moved to WWE after several job changes. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers. That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's gotta be a story behind it. No one can stop the Amazing Nine-Tails. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the alderman. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out? Actually, I heard this strange dingly sound. A dingly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory's kinda fuzzy. Did I vaguely recall seeing Temotaro holding a staff or something like that? Maybe that's what was making that strange sound. A dingly sound? Does Temotaro usually carry a staff? Good question. I never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll. How about in other documents? Any of them show Temotaro with a staff? This is the only known document depicting Temotaro. Really? There's it's such a huge legend, and yet this is the only known document about it? That's weird. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed. Then what's to do with Temotaro you saw? How odd. Why didn't you tell me you saw Temotaro earlier? Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell. Mr. LaBelle? Papa's Eve. Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you? Keep the village's superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Temataro at the time of the crime. Village superstitions? They say you must not gaze upon Temataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Temataro will claim your soul. And that's something everyone here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Everyone from the east to the village elders know about it. But I didn't because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you mustn't stare at Temataro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? The guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing. Apella, do you think this Labella guy actually believes in Temataro? I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Nine Tails Vale. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we better go have a word with him. Time to unmask the sponsor mystery. The last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno, next up, the Manor Foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. I mean, we were just there. We didn't see him. There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on the cell, the caretaker's office window. What's this? Town Pro Wrestling, Howlin' Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire? Oh my goodness, like they were rehearsing for a Twilight scene right here. The werewolf and the and the vampire. Blow by Blow, commentary by Timothy Twilight. It even had Twilight on it. It's why someone circled the pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think they're doing? It's it's Mr. Fletch. What can we do for you? I bet she was going to scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. It's nothing I need you to do for me, but what business do you got with my TV listings? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, 'twas a matchup between a couple of ranked amateurs though. That was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. Peterboo found you, yokai of the Amazon, joined the hunt for Tofu Taro, a high-protein yokai said to fight cancer and heart disease. What? I almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Fletch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Temataro or something like that. Huh? Temataro? So you did see him. Hey, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Bet you shine it up every day real pretty like. The ladies must love it. Don't change the subject, and FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Temataro flee toward the foyer, so she must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes! Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? That's... That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friend any more. Yes, forgive me for being pestered, sir. And you are? I am Florence Labelle. The mere divine and personal aid to Mayor Damien Tenma. Mere divine? Well, like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. Oh, excuse you. What the heck was that for? It was Zephylo Cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Gestres Labelle. Sniffer. Oh, what a heavenly scent. I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that is brand number 5, Bonjour. It is my way of introducing myself. Enjoy. Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? If this isn't the killer, I have no idea who it is. I mean, we saw the cutscene earlier, so we do know he was the one, which kind of ruins it a little bit. Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tomataro. Why, that little... So she told you she saw the demon, did she? Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village's superstitions? Oh, please. I was merely trying to keep with the traditions. Nevertheless, it will tell you this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tomataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do that. That much is true. He is one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see... Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right. I didn't see nothing, especially not Tomataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you. I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you like to hear my alibi. Just to think you'd suspect me of all people. Oh, no. It's just a formality. We ask everyone... How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. Ugh, like that spritz really helped. What were they doing, you ask? Go ahead, Flinchy. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were, in this here foyer. Exactly. Good answer, Flinchy. Good answer. Just repeating what you out. You've said quite enough. Where's with these 2? Great, now he's got me talking like that. I read quite through here. I'm very busy, man, you see. Why, well, thanks for your help. So these 2 were in the foyer, but didn't see Tomataro. Come along, Flinchy. Where are we going? Oh, right. Gotta practice them statements for tomorrow. Yes! My eyes! You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup. Hello, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tomataro. Really? How can you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you had good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. And my ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill, but what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tomataro? I'm not exactly sure. It was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tomataro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway. Everywhere we turn, it's Tomataro this, Tomataro that. We should go talk to the mayor too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tomataro. Yeah. Something wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tomataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, ugh. Oh, he's here. Oh my goodness, he looks terrifying. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma Taran. Huh? Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to working with you, too. Ah, glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name. Apollo, she's just as kind and gentle looking as I'd imagined. Lucky for you, after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you want to or did set Tamataro free. What utter nonsense! Yikes! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors didn't have a shred of truth, I tell you. A bit touchy about his appearance, isn't he? What he really needs to work on are his people skills. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tamataro? Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Gaff. Sorry. Sorry if I offended you. So that's the talk of the town, is it? I can see how that would make you angry. Let Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this. Huh? I must break out of here at once. Her tormentors must be taught a lesson. No, wait! First we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie. Dai's coming to save you. Relax, we'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free. Is that so? You don't need me to come straighten things up myself. Oh boy, they'd probably call in the SWAT team if we showed up out of school. Oh, right. I ought to ask about the reason behind this merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Bell that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet's reacting. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? What can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is being tense. Because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me just like that? Sure, each of us has their own special use. Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing. Still, what do you think the mayor is lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. Imagine needing to remember your own special gift. Fast, I touched my bracelet. Right. And now, let's give it a whirl. Bing! Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown, that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain havoc made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Alright, I've got him now. His nervous tail should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I try to pour over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. There you go. He's lying about the tourism. Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if it did? Please tell us more about that. Your merger bid. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Nagtalsville? I already told you, tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, hasn't it? I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Nagtalsville, so you thought it would be an attractive prize for its tourism. But that would contradict this. Ow! An name would be this. The monster craze in Ninetales is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. The village was practically a ghost town before then. So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your merger to merge Timbertown with Ninetales, huh? Well, Boom. Bing! Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Potential from what? I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger or my Jinxie dies. What? How awful! Who would do such a thing? I don't know. But whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be the one and the same? Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs had all the motive in the world. But why go from blackmail to murder? The merger protests won't disappear just because the alderman was killed. Should it be? What if there's another reason for the murder? Like what? Later the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity, and his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's murder scheme. Wait, what does secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo? I have evidence revealing the alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Dun 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 dun. Mayor Temma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What is the meaning of this? The mask was almost definitely at the crime scene, and there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Ninetales himself. No way! The alderman was impossible. Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the alderman's secret identity? Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer scheme. He opposed the merger as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene? There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift. This is absurd. Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I've been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it's only vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Now, Temma, listening hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned. Apollo, do you really think the Tanmataro that Jinxie saw is the killer? I don't know. All I know is no such thing as monsters. What about that newspaper article? Did the killer have purposely freed Temotaro to do their dirty work? Oh, come on. There wasn't even any Temotaro to release in the first place. Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and the yokai. They'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court by tomorrow. Ugh, I can already see the look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, are you alright? I'm fine. I'll think about something. I'd better because I can't very well say an fine evening was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow's going to be one doozy of a trial. It's gonna be a doozy! Save the progress, hooray! Moving on to the next chapter. I think now will be a good time for a little break. Yeah, but I need to stretch out a little bit. I'm feeling very eepy right now. I'm gonna go grab a snack real fast. Now they right back. Let me go right here. I'm gonna put this up and I'll be right back, alright? Good. I have returned and I have brought snacks. But these little donut things. Yeah, it was actually really hard to find these. My mom must have moved them around like recently. And I was actually wondering, I was looking around and I'm like, dude, why did they go? And I'm like, oh my god, they collapsed you all. Why didn't my brother eat them all? And I was actually like, kind of like looking around them like, wait, the rest of the snacks aren't here. Where are they? I don't know where they went. But no, it's fine. We got all here. Hi. starting with the trial first. That first trial. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real trial case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what he needs. Athena! Ah! Didn't you learn about the indoor and outdoor voices? Apollo only has one voice, and that's his chord steel. I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine," in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my chords of skills, voice workout, and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right, here. Here, I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Alright, I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine. Hey, I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I said it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with... I'll race around the courthouse. The point is to relieve stress and I get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Ah, Miss Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney badge back, that's all. That's all? That's huge news! But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. Well, we can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, wow. I'm looking at me still. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time. But before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right, I heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, you can make even the most stalwart dependents go fast. Psychology in courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty sturdy guy considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew he was gonna be bad news. It's probably just a hyperbole. At least, I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Wow, is that a threat? Yikes! Better tone down my cords of steel, too. So are you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. When I'm fine, I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low. But that's nothing new. Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. Court is now in session. Dungeon rise. Everybody wake up. Rise for the courts. Nobody's allowed to sit. Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. And we're fine. I know that big booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who's the young lady next to you? I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice Junior Partner, and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh yes, of course. I almost forgot it, that he is currently serving time.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Imagine being forced to do your job even after you get sent to prison. Oh my goodness. Edgelord. He's so edgy. Look at him. He's like... Simon, senpai. Simon, they notice me, senpai. Senpai, notice me. Notice me, senpai. Oh my goodness, he's ignoring us. He's ignoring us. That's it. Oh my goodness, he's ignoring us by one he acknowledges. Who's having his back to us over there? That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Is the prosecution ready? Oh my goodness, look, he has a brother! Oh my god, he's sucking on my brother. Oh my goodness. Wait, guys, he's innocent. He's absolutely innocent. He's just misunderstood, guys. I can fix him. Guys. Like, you just need a little bit of mascara under the eyes. We can fix his hair a little bit. He'll be fine. He'll be a proper gentleman after I'm done with him. Trust me. Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Oh, of course, forget me. Wait, why are all the people related to this case so scary? He's not scary, he's attractive. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Yes? Wait, what is it? What's the matter? Oh my goodness, that finger. I want him to poke me with that finger. Must we continue far away time like this? It is all right, they're in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless. She's right. Guys, he's right. It's absolutely pointless. Damien Tenma is guilty. Court is adjourned. Pointless? Oh, well. Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor has the judge's tongue. But, we did an opening statement, as an overview of the case at hand. Well then, your bombness. If it's just so very important, why don't you do the honors? Me? There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool. Huh? Wait, what was the prosecution's opening statement? Hi. Old dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your old grandchildren. Aire is a great grandchildren. All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I can give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace. What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex QB, alderman of the Nine-Tailed Vale. And the defendant, Damien Tenwood, mayor of Tenwood Town, is accused of his murder. And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested? His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both had alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive. So in a nutshell, I'd have to say the charges against the defender are incontrovertible. Rather, your boldness, your years of experience shine bright like your head. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. Oh my goodness, he can play Simon Says with me whenever he wants. Moving right along, let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright. My goodness, he's so shiny. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that. Huh. It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement. That's the spirit. Justice may be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Why, you and me, Bobby. Prosecutor Blackbill doesn't seem intimidated to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious. Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it. But first, I'd like to say the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Temma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mere Temma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim away, and he grabbed the statue and struck back. Wait, he was alive? Alderman QB had been slept some kind of sleeping-inducing drug? That's right. Dave Chews was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slugged him out a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. I mean, that does make sense. It does make sense. I mean, if you were to fight like one of them, like previous, like like one of the wrestlers, like pro wrestlers from like any of the movies or like TV shows, like, would you really be like confident in like fighting them? Like trying to like if you're no, I don't think a lot of people would be very confident fighting any of those wrestlers unless they had some sort of like handicap. Because I remember that, like, even though like wrestling in a nutshell is a performance, the actors, the wrestlers, they all do train very, very hard. And I believe there was one show, like it was either a podcast or a TV show, where the host actually asked one of the wrestlers to like do like that hand slapping thing that they usually do like in the ring. And one of them actually did it to the guy, and he like slapped him as hard as he could, and the guy was like stunned so badly he was like flailing like a fish on the floor after being struck by him. So yeah, like wrestlers there, and they're terrifying to like try and fight on a 1-on-1 like challenge or anything like that. And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him. I want to go that far. It probably hurt really badly. Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the Alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? I've never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Then perhaps we should test theory on you with the edge of my blade. I don't sign up for less. That. And so your life is spared, for now. Please let the shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof. Or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. The accused prints were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, about this? Oh no. The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute. She has the judge leaning toward a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Temotaro from his imprisonment. Should be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards branch. But Hempsey's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad, and more than capable of murdering the alderman. That mirrors a trade wound, all right. I heard he went to the blood drive, but instead of donating, he was making what? I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. Order, there will be no gossiping in my court. Your boldness. Please take a gander at those terms plastered across his cranium. I fear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Temptora. Then again, perhaps he's already under its demon's spell. Behold, the lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. Eef! The rumors and quirks of Maritema have no relevance to this case. Besides, those strands on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Phew, thanks for the lifeline, Athena. Cheerful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hands. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools inside Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news. In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle. Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Temotaro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in Earth. I mean, it's not like this judge was difficult to manipulate in the first place. That is true. That's actually true. He's always been kind of flighty. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Alderman Kirby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. Oh. So So, those weapons on the wall of the Fox chamber, I presume those are real. Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, the Alderman insisted it be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's claw in his possession. Apparently, one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle. What? There's gotta be an old wives' tale. The Alderman had pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death. Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon. Your wish is my command. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Timma, were found on the murder weapon. That is strange. What was it doing? What were they doing on it? It doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prints could be easily wiped off. You do have a point there. I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prints because he could not. What do you mean? Looks like he wants you to figure out. Well, don't just stand there, show him who's boss. I'm totally lost, so why don't you tell me the answer already? I don't think he saw that plea for help. You feeling alright, kid? Running a fever, perhaps? I wish trials came with a reset button. Well, the specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright. At the time, Alderman QB was asleep from a drug she unwittingly ingested. Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was the sedative in his coffee? Bingo! We found traces of sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup. That is why he was out cold. That is until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mare. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I, too, would have risen to the attack. For to tie in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge. Prosecutor Blackwell, please. Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court. Third, says the jester in detective's guise. Moving right along. Mayor Timma attacked his hopeless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. So the older man was struck because he was really strong. Did you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised the spear even managed to pierce that armor-like the musculature. I admit I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his. Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on. Quite a difference when you compare it with a yellow belly like you. Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore? Yeah, and the code's all wrong, too. Oh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato? I move to strike both of your comments from the record. Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now let's go back to what happened after the far more muscular alderman was impaled. Yes, well, your average person would likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed the statue and struck back. The weapon used to bludgeon the mare. Wait. But no prints could be lifted. Cause of death, stabbed with a spear. Estimated time of death, around 3:20. The victim has been in a drug-induced slumber.
Objection!
That can't be right. Did the alderman really strike the mare? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? If so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on, you claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him. But the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear the defense has a counter-argument. Very well. Let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. Can we fought unarmed? There are no fingerprints. It's not broken. Yeah, there's no fingerprints, and he's not wearing any gloves either. There are no fingerprints on the supposedly crucial piece of evidence, and if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Ah, this can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? You did it, Apollo. You did not Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. But do you suppose clogged the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, then that means someone else must have clogged the mayor. That means there was a third party there in the box chamber? Exactly. And this could be a big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? Senpai, notice us. We got a contradiction. Please notice us. The least you could do is look at me while you're being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Donut. Huh? Justice Donut? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. I mean, it's not... Honestly, this is very common even with people that watch like anime and everything. It's just one of those things where everybody starts referring to people as like san, senpai, or gomenosai or anything like that. It's not that weird. At least in the world of at least in the clique that I am from, I have some water for that thirst. Like, thanks for the hydrate. But guys, trust, it's not that weird. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. Oh my goodness. Tell me more about your swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall the blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, there's never end stays for the hygiene. So, what are you getting at? How in your mind, boy? Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle, and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Yeah, so here's the... I understand what you're going for. Now let's see, how was that cloth used? Was it used to wrap the statue? Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah! Precisely. Bully for you, boy. It was nothing. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did? I did. Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth wouldn't leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves that there are no holes in our theory of aldermen striking back. Oops. Ah! Now, do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to soften it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. My goodness, that's actually kind of scary. Samurai sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me. Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Why, what? Like some crazy person? Wait. So he was a chef? Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kind of attached to that whole, what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it? Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady. There's only one answer. The real killer. Have the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? I'll give you evidence, all right. Do we have evidence? Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks, allegedly from a yokai, were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed the alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. No, Tina, you just mocked what little credibility we had left. Sorry. Guess I got carried away. Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with the friction between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, a kid. Ouch. You meanie. I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? Yeah, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This, I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. Holy Fulbright, explain to this baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that? It's core investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Nine Tails helped embolden the protesters. So he struck the village's fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks doubt the villagers' fears? Absolutely. He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. I get exactly where the feathers and tracks came from now. Indeed. The accursed demon, Temataro, that is. Tella who? Temataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black feather demon. Thus they blinded to other, more plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at Kibi Manor. As part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmutaro. Obviously, this person was much more likely suspect than any legendary demon. Dullard, you're playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder led to be the work of the real Tenmutaro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmutaro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. Someone wanted to do a themed match with Tenmutaro versus the Nine-Tailed. Yeah, that's kind of what. Yeah, they actually did that in the first part. You probably missed it. Yeah, it was a little event to kind of like. It's just kind of like a village tradition kind of thing, you know? Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid? The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right. It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Nine-Tails was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-murder movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known mass wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Nine-Tailed Vales really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so, a particularly sober-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. Wow, that's very dark. You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Oh my god! No! He was the one that was framed. He was the one that was... Oh my goodness, that's so sad. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well... Now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination. Honestly, I love hearing these little stories about, like, all the inmates in prison. They're always so interesting. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong? Oh, absolutely. They parade around in UK costumes shouting, "Down with the mayor, Tenma." And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers. And when they accused Shoda's face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenmutaro, the dark lord of their kind. Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenmutaro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy. Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act? Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Nine-Tails helped embolden the protesters.
Hold it!
The amazing Nine-Tails. No one knows his true identity, right? That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was champion. Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Town Pro Wrestling. She was amazing. If ever there was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday. I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He can even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell, a police detective and a prisoner in chains. You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. So you do understand my greatness. That is the amazing Ninetales. So he stopped the villager's fears by fabricating a monster. Did the murder and the UK evidence really stoke the villager's fears? Absolutely. It had an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Temataro has them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad? That's superstitious law? It's as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon looking about is enough to spark a mass exodus. I see. It's a very persuasive argument. The mere thought of his honor buying into Simon the Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right now. So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers and tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? Then, what do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Kibi? Excellent point. It does, doesn't it? So your honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct? And perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. Just saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mirror made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman Kiwi's secret identity. Apollo! I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my, but why would I have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your boldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex Kirby, was the amazing Ninetales. And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! No! Order! What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your boldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your boldness. Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetalesville with Tenmatown. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. What do you mean? What does that mean? This blackmail letter was found in Alderman's Kibi's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital, and that letter is clear evidence that Namira was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letters sent to Mayor Tenma go missing right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder? And planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but why don't we have any proof that that's what happened? Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. And Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the Amazing Ninetales. Some of the Amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Wright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after. Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Oh, that's... Hold up, we need to check. We need to look at this. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, because the blood needed to be on the... that can't have words. The blood needed to be on the floor for it to work, right?
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene. And just what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing the victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Oh yeah! If he planted the evidence before, the feathers would be drenched in blood as well. Aren't you just pointing at the yokai's feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood, and the tracks were made in blood. In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. The mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. There must be some mistake. Ada, water! Why's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Evidence? Well, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness testimony for you. You do? But how? And there we go with the third party. It's always a third party, isn't it? Was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taken this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding? He usually so bad. Well, he does. Regarding a third party that he claimed to have. I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Temataro. She's the source of those feathers and tracks. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. There, you dare mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, just boy. Give boldness. It appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should stop town, please, hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in the statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. That she saw Tenma fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense has proved there was someone else. So the mayor isn't the killer? Was it all set up? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the Midnight Tenma has shifted in our favor. Good. Now let's keep it that way. Oh my god. Objection? Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. What? My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If the yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool in that fog would have seen him. Fool and fog? Oh, you mean Flex and LeBeau. Why don't you mention it? Well, Phineas Fletch and Fleur LeBeau were in the foyer at the time, but they hadn't stated that they saw a yokai, had they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't those two see the Temataro impersonator pass by? Why don't we have them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Fletch, caretaker of the Kiwi Manor, to his stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand Mr. Fletch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. He's napping? I knew that Tanuki was a rare find, but when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know. Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Fletch and escort him to the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please? The name's Fletch, Phineas Fletch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and just for you, your lordship, just a little something I thought you might like. Wait, what? Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes! And the other will do just fine, Mr. Fletch. Ha! Wait, did he steal the shoes again? It's those shoes again. Is he barefoot again? Don't they belong to Detective Wright? Don't tell me Fletch stole them again. They're all yours, your honorship, sir. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your lordship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. Ethics. Just take him if you want him. I'll awesome up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Fletch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tomataro in the foyer after the murder. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. Kiwi's asked. I was making sure no one there, foul, fissy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. The yokai you keep jabbering on about was the phantom of a little girl's dreams. So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Temataro? He was guiding the whole time. That's the truth, the whole truth, and not neither butter the truth. The real mystery how's this kleptomaniac still hired? That's actually really concerning. The fact that they hired a kleptomaniac to be the caretaker of that unwealthy Han is actually kind of concerning. And Temataro, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do you? I certainly don't. Huh? Huh? My bracelet, it's... Something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Butts, has been lying to us? I didn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of yarnless habit. Ah! Ah! It's a bird! Oh my goodness! Hell, what's a hog doing in here? Oh my goodness, it's a bird! Look at it, it's so adorable. A tad bird. Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it its new home, in fact. Like what? Wait, that's his house now. He doesn't live with you? He doesn't live with you, and Joe? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loves trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't some sort of trick or... Ah! I won't be able to spot spot like this. What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Oh my god! He's just sitting on the judge's head. Somebody help! Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. Oh my god, cutie! In that case, prosecutor Blackpool, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Like enemies so adorable. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Timataro there, Fletch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. Kibi asked. Mr. Fletch, why did Alderman Kiwi have you handle guard duty? It's just because he trusts me. I am the manor's caretaker, after all. So he took said guard duty seriously? Let me tell you something about me. Yikes! Listen here, your little Tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear when you did or didn't see in the foyer and not else. Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir. Black Quill's got him completely under his thumb. Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise could get to our guest. So no one could get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight. That's because there's always lots of snakes and thieves around festival time. You mean like yourself? And the solution was to entrust a manor's security to a thief? It's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one. I don't know, it seems more like letting the fox guard the henhouse to me. So the witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously. You know what, that would actually be brilliant. If there was actually, like, a thief that went into, like, the rich people's homes, he goes into the rich person's home, steals some stuff, and then, at night, but during the day, he's the one that's hired to guard the house. And then he just steals more stuff that way. But that's pretty smart. That would be smart. Yes, sir. Get ownership, sir. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3. Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time? Poor old Setzi. Been working hard my whole life. Only to be smashed by some greenhorn in his fancy smashy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there. Jeez, Blackwell didn't even say anything. To answer your question, yes, I keep an eye, no, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, sorry. No, sorry. Nothing, huh? Could you describe to the court who you would consider fishy-looking? Someone all fidgety and sifty-like. You know, like they're about to steal something. You mean like you? See, just describe themselves. I wonder why Mr. Fletch didn't see him tend Matara. Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tamataro, or maybe Mr. Fletch is lying. And if he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. Yeah, it should be thus.
Objection!
Nope. Alright. They're staring at us menacingly. Let's see here. I guess it can be this.
Objection!
Nope, not this one either. Was making sure no one there off the sheet or otherwise keep get to her and gassed. Was still in my office keeping good watch when the murder happened after 3. Didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, though sorry. Nothing out of the ordinary. Whoa. Oh! Maybe it's this.
Objection!
There we go. Don't lie to court like that, Mr. Fletch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fellow like that. A bushwhack? Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. I didn't watch that one, no siree. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. This guy don't know when to give up. Mr. Fletch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yikes! Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." Duh! So, do you admit to slacking off? The other cat tricked me with your really lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types, too. I can do double duty watching TV and the foyer at the same time. The only thing Butch can claim to be a professional is a professionally thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bold-faced lie. Failed, you say? I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. In that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. They claim Mr. Fletch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now, prove it. It has to be this. No? Okay. Something to prove that he was slacking off, alright? We should think about how Mr. Fletch was when he was watching TV. The defense will look before they leave. What do you... They claim Mr. Fletch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. How he was? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in the plans. There you go. Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Flint has eyes where his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance of the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means Mr. Fletch. You were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yipes! The bag's out of the cat. The bag's out of the cat, or I mean the other way around. Oh wow, he's a tiny little guy, isn't he? Order! Well, Mr. Justice, is Mr. Fletch less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It is very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Tamataro impersonator in the foyer. What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? This. Now then, I'm not a mind reader. But it's always sense. Some eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work, right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer, eh? You see, the foyer floor and stairwell get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on. Creaked. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time. So who's the liar now? You didn't send him out good shyster? Well, why Dave calling me a shyster? This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackcoat, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Time of warning, Mr. Fletch. Tekka's particularly fond of Tanuki. So do you like to escort again? You may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Gallop's gonna get him! Yes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir! The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful burn attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor in there is all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Temataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation at best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense. For lacking that, our entire world would be but upside down. Says the convict prosecutor who is totally a sign of the end of times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd never been sold to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if you can't prove she saw Temataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. Then we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. You lied earlier about your guard duty seriously. Taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you? Oh, that ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again and Taka shall feast upon that poor tongue of yours. Well, Types! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue. At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir, I was, sir. But he ain't like that. The floor there's a creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Fudge. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, a Temataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Huh? Jingle jangle? I don't see do that. It's the Staphos. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Temataro has a staff that makes noise. Kinda think, but didn't Jexie mention something like that too? She said she saw Temataro holding a staff-like object that made a jingling sound. We got him. We got him, guys! I guess that's the source of the sound then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Flutz says Temataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? It is very important. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony. If Temataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle.
Objection!
Objection! Temataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Fletch, you say that you didn't see Temataro on the day of the incident. Why, then, did you assume just now that Temataro would be holding the staff? Huh? You see, Temataro Jinxie held the staff in his hands, and she described its sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point? The point is that Timotaro doesn't use a staff, not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Timotaro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Fletch? You're right, there's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Ah. So the question is, why does the witness think Timotaro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Fletch believes Timotaro carries a staff. The scroll wrong, you actually saw Timotaro? Is this Carabrain? You actually saw him! Mr. Fletch actually saw Timotaro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell! You dubious law. Yes, how's that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? And a minute, Mr. Fletch. Did you see Timotaro that day? You did see Timotaro that day, didn't you? Well, this is a nice change of pace. Yeah. Well? I'm begging you, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Timotaro. Stuff stolen and testified to the fact. No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying you can be. Fear? Mr. Fletch still won't admit to seeing Timotaro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is, why? An opponent who didn't manipulate a witness into lying and is genuinely going with the fudge, when his case collapsed because of one room. Yeah, that is the case. It is very interesting. Like, he didn't convince the witness to lie. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Timotaro, but in the event that you do, look. It's a nice change. Yeah, it is a nice change. And then, tell anyone what you saw, Timotaro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't have bet to seeing Timotaro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Timotaro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Blanche believes that too? So Mr. Big Ten City Slicker lawyer has heard about him. Them old those superstitions? Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetales believe some pretty strange things, and their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Timotaro. Darn straight, that's why. It's all right here. The Elvish superstitions: do not gaze upon Timotaro, do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it: your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. See? That's why us folks in Ninetales can't talk about seeing Timotaro. Huh, interesting. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Timotaro costume. They knew that way, no one could talk about him. So it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Timotaro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
But superstitions, he say. What kind of fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that. Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell. Try living in my world of narrow cells, moral danger, and dark sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them. Well, the village superstitions are real enough that people of Ninetales. A life or death superstition might make the make even you a believer. Duh! Duh! Oh my goodness, he's lost for words. One of the villains will not survive is because there is some kind of treasure or extremely dubious item behind the sealed door. Interesting to say. Order! Order! I say. You fooled the Tanuki 2 times now. Your lives have cost me. Sorry. I promise not to do it again. Ding! Oh my goodness, that smile. Taka, my fine feather friend, had at him. Yes! He's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills! Yeah, he took off. The bailiff! What are you waiting for? After him, and with your fastest men. That's certainly not something you see every day. Okay, he's not nearly as bad as I thought. Of course he's not. He's perfect the way he is. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Temataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Uh-oh. What? Man! Sackles! Yes. That's it to die! Oh my goodness, he's free! He's clearly not just another moronic boy wonder. He's free! Justice don't know. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. He's taking wave. Everybody's leaving. What breaking timing. I know, right? I'll be right back. I'm gonna pause right here. Boop. I'm gonna pause right here. I'll be right back. I need to rush him. Boop. Alright, I'm back. The judge noped right out, huh? Holy goodness, yeah, he just noped right out. Welcome back from the ads. Yeah, I noticed that the ads are like always like so perfectly timed to like such dramatic or important moments. Like it happens like all the time, like on our streams. It's really ridiculous. But yeah. Oh my goodness, Black Pearl is free. Detective, do something. Have no fear, Wright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going. Then get going already, before he kills us. Oh, could I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Objection! I object to the detective's Wright's definition of justice.
Silence.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. When the judge agrees and is the voice of reason, things are bad. So Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro's the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right, and that yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed the Alderman Kibi. Ching! Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the box chamber? What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the box chamber. Then isn't that because he... Oops, I think I forgot about that. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewered murder victim, and the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like him. Then why does this little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned that any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Posh chamber? There is but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirst for blood. At long last, it shall be sated. Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono. Bird! Very well, then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? Just so, plenty of time if your destination of the oath on the 10th is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom? Jeez, at least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All late comers will be punished. Oh, he's so cute. Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You really brought out the samurai in him, especially after you proved there was a Tamataro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? There's nothing wrong with him, yet you just don't understand them. Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice Ayo. Thank you so much for the follow to Raw7. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Anybody new to the stream? I am Astor by Beginner, our BBC VTuber. Today we are playing through Dual Destinies. This is our part 2 run so far. But yeah, how are you doing? You having a good time? Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? No, that sounds like a good idea. Just let them duel. Let them duel. It would be interesting. Athena, I'm gonna go watch it. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo. Don't be late. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tama, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now. If the witness is ready, that is. What is going on? When you're leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist. Wow, that is one well-polished trait. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. Eek! What is it, my child? Begone! New Valerian, leader of the 100 demons? You think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as the judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. Eek! My charm has no effect! The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one. Now, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. Bags? Bags? Oh, that tricksy tanuki. Hide the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki-tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant earbags. The ones on your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Kirai away. Kirai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head up clean off. Azuki Kirai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tamataro when you discovered the crime scene. Did I see Tamataro in the Fox chamber? Well, when I opened the door... I saw... Yes, now I remember. Yokai! Right there in that room. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime? Ma'am? Lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tamataro happen to be among them? I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nirakabe, Seto Taisho, they were all there. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. No, Yaz is sounding crazy. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional of Gamp's testimony? Yes! Uh, Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused, a regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in the distant land. Hey, I'll show you. Put them. Why is this guy somehow one of the most reasonable opponents? He's perfect. Did I see Temotaro in the box chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw him. Now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. Doing something. Ugh. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Wow, you mean that little thing can do all of this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad it is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So all these yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. Her fear has installed in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal, everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jixie's case is fear. So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the wheel of fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. It's a kitty cat! Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again to try and get the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give this a try.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name of that yokai on the wheel of fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I thought he came to steal the Othermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly, it's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaken for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on the wheel of fire. Think I know the answer now. Jinxie, it wasn't Akasha you saw. Do you have mistaken this for Akasha? It has to be like the head of this. And then mix it up with this. Probably not. Alright. So just that. The light picture? This one right here. It has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai out on a wheel of fire, The kasha you saw was just a light picture. Eek! That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now you've got the hang of it. It should be a sense to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's New Rikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. That's a folding screen. Eek! And this raccoon dog isn't a Todinki monster. It's just the statue of one. What is the point of showing us that if they're not gonna let us do it? And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. Eek! I don't know what I was thinking. Wait, how the tray go back to normal? She shattered it. I did Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me? There weren't any yokai after all? See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. Right. There never really were any yokai there. So the fans is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait. Jinxie, what about Tamatoro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tamatoro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You gotta be joking! Order! What in the court? I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I can do. Sparta! Why do we have a comedy duo in my friends? To be fair, they're both still kinda green. Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Surprise. I was so scared when I entered the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Extreme shock. There in the Fox Chamber I saw the alderman data on the table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Huh? Nobody else was there, and that includes Tamatoro. Huh? Wait, something about this is strange.
Got it!
The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs have been given out from free. Did something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mana. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter. Sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look! Alright. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Bing! Bye-bye. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was. But, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. Wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your son and Bertha Coyote have anything to do with this? Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tailed flower there at the scene, did you? Ah, the demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tailed flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. And what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene? That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Look, something's lit up. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your boldness? Transfer complete. This is none other than the master key to the cubic mirror. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell? Lieutenant! The bird is even holding up the paper. Sure. Oh my goodness. What actually? He's so well trained. It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Fine. Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened this chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. And there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No! How did this happen? Yeah! Calm down, Athena, calm down. The defenseless assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Besides, Dono, I'm not made to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief from a clear mind and a clear conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great. Now if he's playing silent us with us, well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into this trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be clear and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apology? Mr. Justice? I heard the word objection. Well, what is it you object to? Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually, I do. An appellate justice, and I'm fine. Appellant? You do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. And you know I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Well, in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is. Well, Mr. Justice? Do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Fake conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Time to do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Swallow? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. I just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open very little open enough to hold a person. It doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vents, it's up too high, and there's nothing you can stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then, whatever's left just might lead us to how the box chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. At the hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on the scene was within the locked room. How would one exit the box chamber and then lock it without a key? I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple, right? I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but... Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly. I'm fine. I can't explain myself. The reason the box chamber's hallway door was locked was because Temba locked it from inside. It locked on its own. The perp locked it from the outside. Matt Temba locked it himself. Oh, wait. I thought it meant Temba Toro. Ah! The mayor's fingerprints were not found on the door or its doorknob. The only fingerprints found belonged to the alderman's. There we go, the mayor did not so much as touch the door. Okay, then how about... It locked on its own, the perp locked it from the outside. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door and then locked it out. Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked box chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of facts. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. But the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both, like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. I know it. I remember how this is. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked? Say, Slipped it in when the door was open. Changed the lock. Threw it in from outside. He threw it in from the outside. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window? That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw from? There's a cliff outside the fox chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ah! I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window?
Take that!
That freaking square. The air vent? Yes, the window may be out of question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The fox chamber's air duct leads out into a hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the fox chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Ah! That's preposterous. Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Temataro murdered the alderman in the box chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. And all that was left to do after there now was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, should that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temataro. And there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in their room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. Oh, that was a total turnabout. That massive 400 seems much more active now. Order, I say. Now that I proved it a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty. A valiant effort, Justice Donald, but your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricky Tanuki saw the yokai after I left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the out. But that is impossible without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Temataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there isn't. There is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It is possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right. Hey, whilst I point out every crucial detail to the defense, it seems you lack not only brains but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliff side of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. No! Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? I suppose your next proposal is the killer spotted wings and flew off into the sunset. Oh, that would mean the killer really was a yokai. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a blind killer. But saying we don't. As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying that you can prove the killer can fly? Oh, yeah, Ida, chat. Hey, Blobs, how are you doing? You doing okay? Give me a second, let me give you a shout-out. Doing alright, just chilling? That's always good to hear. Yeah, we just been relaxing with Dual Destinies right now. Then we came across the best guy, the best man. No, the best man. What, my soulmate? Oh, I thought I was the one with this cord to steal. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Daddy Phoenix, you'll see him. He's perfect. Your Honor? What evidence you have that the killer flew away? That! The newspaper! The media never lies, okay? They have picture evidence and everything, and media never lies. Take a look at the special edition paper. Tenma Taro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo was the killer shortly after they fled out of the window. Mr. Justice, you're seriously suggesting. And I'm serious, I mean it all adds up. The killer disguised as Tenma Taro flew away, by some way or another. My soulmate Blackwell, and Simon Blackwell, he even has a bird. He has a bird. And it's completely trained. It can attack, it can sit, it can hold his papers, it can fetch in items. It is your brain that has blown the coop. That image is not but tricked photography or some other form of artifice. Okay then, how about the Tenma Taro figure Mr. Flitch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational, common-sense explanation for that. The infernal yokai, Artrixie Tanuki witness never reached the entrance. She turned back before the camera's electric eye. Gotta admit the Falcon does add some coolness points. She? I don't like where this is going, one bit. Now, the fact that we know that they know the yokai had come from the fox chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Yes, not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Domo? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenma Taro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. She looks absolutely mortified right now. Oh no! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. The Lost Camp was no doubt simply trying to protect her father, and it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window. Did you truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into this trap? I get now, Polo. Akis no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of Yorewood. Mayor Tenma? Good. This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused for a cover-up was bad? Tenma Taro's true identity is... No, Mr. Mayor. It would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you've been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confessed, the prosecution will be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait. But hello, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Not Emma, no. Don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Nat-chan was going to confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have blown away. Ha! Look upon me in despair, for right is the time for my return. Huh? Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Oh. Ha! Famous mortals. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. The Nima Tenma? Silence! I am Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. What? The Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation. What is going on? The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenma Taro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This childless Tenma Taro, you say? Ha! What nonsense! So, now Tenma is a yokai now? Ha! His body is now mine. So you're saying that Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Lynch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo? Those were all of you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevent me from revealing my true form. Your boldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? We claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber. But it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other than the Mayor Tenma, and the yokai at the scene, that too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? Helen, it seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door. But then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro. When we arrived on On scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he was supposed to have flown out of the foyer and window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of Kibi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Temataro? Ow! Aff! That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time but presently tired, I made for the forbidden chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more. Heck, it would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackroll up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live? So that rumor of Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman just so he could release Temataro? Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. It's Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even by means of blaming a yokai. The proverbial attacks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, Your Baldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases of my entire career. Otherworldly impact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system? Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Temataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third-party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to. This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning. Justice Dono. I won't fabricate any evidence. Then prove it by joining me. A night in McClink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer in this yokai before us is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with them? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Oh, right. Have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, vow to... Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case... This concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Oh yeah, Fulbright. Yep, Fulbright to the rescue. And, there wasn't even anything bad going on. He just said no. And then shock. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Rose said, no you. Oh, I like this animation. Looks really nice. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented to say the least. I am Temataro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. Yeah, I can't even think straight anymore. I gotta go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back? Eek! Oh, Juicy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all the craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tomataro that Mr. Flinch and Jinxie saw. Right, maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Oh. Ta-da! Magic panties! Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Juicy's magic panties. I wonder where all that stuff goes. And their magic panties are just a portal to another world. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos! Ta-ta-ta-dun. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Vlogs, we found out that the alderman, the mayor of Ninetales is actually the amazing Ninetales. Like, he is the pro wrestler of legend. Like, he cannot be beaten. He is like, look how ripped he is. Like, look at all those muscles. He has muscles on his muscles. You can't get more ripped than that. You can grate cheese on those abs. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Well, he's still feeling out about it. Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. So, let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know Tomataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox chamber through the hallway. Then after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer got the key into the Fox chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the air duct to the dock and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. But here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Why, I do that all the time with my brother. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here knows nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. Find anything? Yikes! Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what'd you find? You know how dust can plots on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's dust back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're suggesting no one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly, in justice we trust. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Come on. Where's the never say die spirit? Bring on, Mr. Lawyer Man. Bring on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet. And besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Act! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me? Bobby Fulbright? Champion of justice? Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? What new information are we gonna obtain? I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai, he really wants the conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that I'll teach him anything. Yeah, I'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Just as Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tama planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. No, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence. Well, we did find this. Hey, it's that staff. It was at the base of the cliff just outside Kibi Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff. That isn't the staff Timotaro was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Temma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way. Well, what about Prince? Nope, no Prince. But if she was wearing the costume, there wouldn't be any anyways. Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Timotaro get it from? Where did he? Yeah, where would he have gotten that from? Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did, indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger in the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tema is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry, they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We had to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No, did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father but my client? Oh yeah. You can be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any new developments we should know? Alright, to mention that. Our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals," and other things of that nature. I wonder what their Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Ha 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 ha. What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Alright, back to the agency! Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How shall I put this? It's like we're at the edge of the cliff, and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright. That's Phoenix Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Demon? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. It was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Chixie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers had to force their biggest smiles. Force? A smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is the lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? And you were in Europe? I haven't heard about this before. Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did. An old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. And like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. It's nothing special. Maybe you've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I was so amazed she actually became a lawyer, and at the tender age of 18 no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their big smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, right? Mr. Wright? Yes? I'm going to go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, tend to see what's new down at the detention center. Matt Timmo, we wanted to talk to you about something. Pasha! Yake! Ha ha ha! So my minions have returned. Apollo? He still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Maritimo again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Well, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. It's starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Maritimo stay possessed. You know what I mean? and you can clear me of these charges, I shall hope in whatever manner I may. Now, ask me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Feathers and tracks? Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime earlier doing? Indeed, the remnants of Temataro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Ha-ha-ha! To-ka! The prosecution claimed that the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must break these walls and go to find my little Jinxies at once. That 10 miles, you? Well now, Damien appears to still reside in this body. Why, I should have expected as much from a deep descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman Kiwi, did you? I've killed no one. The remnants of my peasants have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For, if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed them, leaving nothing behind. Yikes. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clothed like the statue. I better ask about this too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Wait, what? Behold, the key to the forbidden chamber. Whoa! Is regurgitation one of your divine powers too? I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer dead Damon, whereupon he swallowed it. It's sought to bar the killer entry to the forbidden chamber, so I wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you would have made Temataro act as some asinine alchemist? I but asked the jeweler, and my will was done quite eagerly. I must add. Ka. Always an honor to serve you, malevolence. Oh my god, you actually have the guard just playing along as well. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We cannot find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Touch that infernal door. But if I had known its manner of opening long ago, would I have made my return? You have a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Alright, you ask him about a thing. What, might I ask, is that? The statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Was something wrapped in such a cloth, does he recall? A secret gift from the alderman Kibi, it would seem. She, however, had not a chance to see it till now, but the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. That Damien does not know. A secret kept. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. Shall I question him about the blackmail letter? Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Why, this is the accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from the Temma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? You have questions, do you? Very well, escalate mortal. I placed this in the alderman's pocket. The few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its staff and placement in the alderman's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was, well, one other who knew of that matter, Damien's aide, Laurent Lebel. The full knowledge of that briefcase contents did that aide possess. Lenny may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He is a most trusted advisor who would never betray Damien. It seems like Mertemma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. How we know who might have slipped that blackmailer in the alderman's pocket? Look out, Florent Lebel. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. Lebel and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. He's just given us a major lead. There's something that still bothers me. That Mr. Lebel, the killer, what could have motivated him to open the forbidden chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open the locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Alright. I think that's a good amount of time. Yeah. I'm feeling very, very eepy right now. So, I'm gonna call it a date right here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see who's online right now. Oh! Robin's online right now. So we're gonna do that. But so yeah, that'll be it for today. Thank you so much for joining me today. Had a whole lot of fun doing some gacha pulls and then playing through the Phoenix Wright game. It's been a whole lot of fun. And yeah, I am feeling very, very tired tonight. But yeah, hope you all have a great rest of your weekend, great rest of your night, and I will catch you guys next time, alright? Stay safe and be good, alright? Bye!